would like the council to know that I have been sworn in for 6 months now. All bets are off. Okay? 6 months today. Which means
We are now.
Ooh, that's live.
Okay, you guys, we're ready.
ready. Check ready, break.
Good evening. I would like to call the June 10th, 2025 closed session city council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through a live stream on the city's website, and I want to remind the council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Clark.
Present.
Councilmember Lodge.
Here.
Councilmember Males. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Here.
Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the closed session agenda. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
Council will now proceed to closed session. Thank you for joining us. A report of the closed session will occur after the deliberations.
If you're a candidate for the youth council, can you proceed to the dais so I can check you in? If you're a youth council candidate, just want to get your name for attendance, please. If you're a youth council candidate, can you approach the dais so I can check you in? If you're a youth council candidate, could you approach the dais so I could check you in? Thank you.
Good evening. I would like to call the June 10th, 2025 regular City Council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Clark.
Present.
Councilmember Lodge.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurupa.
Here.
Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. The invocation will be by Thomas King from 412 Church, after which Councilmember Lodge will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I would like to start off by reminding everyone of what it says in 1 Timothy chapter 2. It says, first of all, I urge that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for all people, for kings and all who are in high positions, that we may lead a peaceful and quiet life, godly and dignified in every way. Let's bow our heads. Father, as we come before you at the beginning of this council meeting, Lord, we want to invoke the name of our God Almighty. And Lord, we ask that you be the one who presides over everything tonight, because we know, Lord, that you are the one who truly guides hearts and minds to the decisions that you would have be made. And so tonight we lift up the mayor, we lift up the council members, we lift up their staff, the city manager, the clerk, the city clerk, we lift up the city attorney, we lift up those who are entrusted with our public safety tonight, Lord. And so we pray against any discord, any conflict, any friction, any hostility. Lord, we know that there is more than enough going on around us, that we don't need chaos here in our city. And so we pray for a peaceful meeting, a meeting that arrives at positions of unity, that decisions would be made out of integrity and honesty. And where God's word says, do this, we pray that it would be done. Where God says, do not, we pray that it would not be done. We pray that all would be bold to ask the question, what does God's word say about this? And on a personal note, I would like to lift up the building permit for birth choice, Lord, because we know that this is something that is highly desirable in your eyes, Lord. And so we thank you in advance for your grace and mercy, and we want to give you all praise, and we pray in the mighty name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We will move to the city attorney's report from closed session. City attorney, can we get a report out?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no reportable action from this evening's closed session.
Thank you, city attorney. We have a request from staff to move item 19A for the appointment of the Hemet Youth Council before proceeding with tonight's public comments. City clerk, are there any registered public comments on this item?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers for this item.
We will now proceed to item 19A. Can we receive a report from staff on this item?
Mayor and council, a year ago, it was your vision to create a youth council. And over the course of the past 6 months, we worked on preparing an ordinance for you and adopting that ordinance and then initiating a recruitment process. And so I want to thank the council, and I also want to acknowledge the ad hoc of Councilmember Tom Lodge and our new council member, Connie Clark, with their assistance in interviewing candidates. When the ordinance was adopted, we envisioned 11 candidates. And I believe the ad hoc today is recommending the appointment of 19 members. And I want to invite them to share with you their experience with the interview process.
I just wanted to say that out of all of the applicants that we had, whittling it down to 19 was probably the toughest thing we've had to do. I mean, everybody just interviewed great. All the applications were wonderful. I want to thank you all for showing up, giving a commitment for a year, and helping us envision what you guys think the city should look like in the future. You guys are going to work hard, and I appreciate all your effort. Say something nice.
I thoroughly enjoyed the 10 to 30 minute to 40 minute. It seemed like we just wanted to talk and talk and talk with everybody. And that was one of the hardest to whittle it down. We knew 11 was not after the first 11 people that came in and interviewed. And then we had 12 and 13 and 14, and it was just incredible. And everybody of all ages was so bright. We are really looking forward to working with you guys. We're going to show up at meetings and kind of cheer you guys on. But I am really pleased to see these faces out in the audience. Go, guys.
Thank you.
Other council members have comments, questions?
Go ahead.
Yes, this is something that all the council members kind of bought in on and said, this is a good idea. Other cities have done this. The county has a youth commission. And I read all of the 19 applications, and wow. Absolutely impressive. Middle school, high school, the involvement in school, the grades, the extracurricular activities, just everything you've all accomplished so far in your lives. Very, very impressive. And your willingness and desire to learn more about local government, about what your city is doing, and to put in that extra time is absolutely awesome. And I congratulate all of you and look forward to finding out what your concerns and your cares and your hopes and your dreams are for Hemet and for the future of Hemet. So thank you. And thank you to the parents who are encouraging your children to do this. It is fabulous, and based on what I've read on your interviews, our future is in good hands. Thank you.
Very well said.
And to every young person appointed tonight, you are now part of shaping the city you live in. Be bold, ask questions, get involved. This council believes in you, and we're proud to have you on board. And thank you for what you're doing, parents, and thank you for raising your kids the right way. Thank you very much.
And I'd just like to thank the ad hoc committee too. I know it was a big challenge, and you know, like Mayor Pro Tem Krupa said, the applications were just wonderful, and you have accomplished a lot, and we want to hear from you. So we are happy to have this program, and we're happy to have you on board. And I think it's going to be a great year for everybody. So thank you for applying, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you. So. What's that now?
Are they all going to come up front so we can see
So,
who they
so
are?
Mayor, we'll need a motion, but maybe a bit more word on what to expect after
Yeah.
today. So the official office takes effect on July 1. The student council will be working with the city manager, myself, as well as the city clerk. And we will be working with all of you to schedule an appropriate time for meetings. We think the best place to meet is probably in this room or downstairs, so it likely will be at the library. And we're thinking that afternoons around 4:30 may be the right time. The question will be, what is the right day? So you may expect some email correspondence over the next couple of weeks. Keep an eye out for that, or telephone communications. But we'll be looking to schedule a meeting probably no later than mid-July. So that will be your first meeting. And with that first meeting, we'll do some team building. You will be appointing a chair and a vice chair. You are an appointed body of the city council, and so we need to walk through some rules, but we're going to get to know each other a little bit, and we're really looking forward to working with you to receive some feedback from the youth perspective that will be very valuable to the city council. So thank you very much for your interest in this. Congratulations.
And with that, may I have a motion to approve this item?
I suggest that we approve this item.
And a second.
I second.
All right.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Clark. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Indubitably, yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Great. Congratulations, everybody.
And now we would like to invite all of the student council up to the front, and we'll take a photograph.
Yay.
I think we need the city council there as well, right?
Jenny's not here. Jenny is here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to sit here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to squeeze in, guys. So maybe
Are you
we
gonna
make
go
a
down there?
second row.
I'm going to stay in it because I'm a part of it.
You may have the taller people, and back we're going to do 2 rows.
Yeah. Maybe we can stay. We're still like half cut up, so we might need to do 3. So if we can have like the last 6 people, maybe squeeze in the middle.
If the people are kneeling, go up, then we can get 2 rows behind you.
Yep.
Sure, that's easy for you. Okay, now we're getting there.
Okay. We're gonna have to like squeeze in a little tighter. We're gonna get to know each other. The podium is in the way, so. Will it move? Oh.
I think it's supposed to be centered this way.
Okay. And Youth Council, you are free to leave, but if you want to stick around and see what we're all about and learn a little bit more, you're welcome to stay, but it's up to you. So feel free to do what you please.
Except for the
We will now
watchers.
go to communications from the public. There is a 3-minute per person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. Please state your name and item you are commenting on before speaking. We will take public comment for items listed on the agenda.
Mayor, there are no public comments for items listed on the agenda.
We will take public comment for items not listed on the agenda.
Mayor, there are 3 comments for items not on the agenda. The first is Terry Learned, followed by Dr. Stephanie Bruce. Sorry, they listed as general, but, yeah.
Mayor, council members, I just want to talk about today. Today is day 5 of those riots in Los Angeles. And from my understanding from the internet, Hemet has been targeted by agitators to come here tomorrow and protest here in our city. And I'm just hoping that our city police, in association with the CHP, can handle these people. And I know that when they break the law, that they will be handled. We don't need these agitators in our town. This is putting Hemet back on the map that we don't want. We're going to have a lot of national eyes looking down upon us because Hemet is, for some reason, a city of interest. So I just hope our city council has the wisdom, gets wisdom, to handle any questions that are going to be thrown our way. And I'm sorry, Mayor, but they're probably going to be asking you for comments too. But let's try to keep the citizenry away from these agitators that are going to be protesting. We don't want them in our town, and we don't want to have anything really to do with them. Just let them, let them go down. They're probably going to go down Florida, and that's a county, so CHP will be involved with that. It's just sad. They had over 100 arrests just today, people who were refusing to disperse. It was really sad watching it on TV, day after day. And I just hope that we have the wisdom to take care of them and tell them, let's not do this in our city. That's what I wanted to have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, the next speaker is Dr. Stephanie Bruce, representing Black Voices of the Valley. And although I think it was labeled general, I believe Dr. Bruce is actually speaking on item 18H.
I am. Thank you. Hi, it's that time of year again. Last year was such a blessing for the first annual Juneteenth. I won't mention the numbers, but we had tripled what we thought was going to turn out, and we're expecting it even bigger this year. We've had occupied additional parking, different areas, the shuttle for people to take if they need to park and be dropped off close. Extra bathrooms. We have the kids zones, the beer garden, everything that's family reunion style. We want everyone to come out with their blanket, their chair, their canopy, listen to the band. We have a band out there, several food vendors and retail vendors, informational vendors out there. A lot of a good way to get to know your community, and we just culturally want to share this with the community and also invite everyone, because everyone enjoys a good family reunion. So bring your dominoes and just have a good time. And due to all the feedback we received last year, we have extended the hours. So there's plenty of security, so it's safe for everyone. So please come out. I know that's on the agenda too, as far as to prove some things for us. The banner will be going up Thursday on Florida, so we're really excited because it's our first time being up on the banner. So, yes, thank you, and we like to invite everyone to come out. You have anything to say?
Dr. Bruce, do you want to tell everybody when and where it is?
Yes, it's at Mary Henley Park at 801 South Kirby. Is it South Kirby or North Kirby? But everyone knows where Mary Henley Park is. It's on June 19th from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. And like I said, it's family style. Anything?
Other than the fact to thank the city of Hemet for being true to their words that community activity is asked for and requested in the city, and thank you all for supporting us on this matter.
Thank you.
All right. Mayor, the last speaker we have is Linda Gralick, representing Golden Era Productions. Did I?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In a remarkable atmosphere described by attendees as 100% positive, the annual Kids Fishing Tournament at Golden Era Golf Course Lakes brought together over 700 people for a day that felt more like a family reunion than a public event. With 260 kids fishing and 163 fish caught, the day overflowed with a strong sense of community, an experience that left everyone feeling uplifted and connected. Thanks to the unwavering support of over 60 local sponsors and contributors, the event remained entirely free for families, continuing its tradition of bringing the Hemet-San Jacinto Valley together. Captain Brock of the Hemet Police was one of the judges who professionally sweated over the outcome of the tournament. Also, Councilman Tom Lodge jumped in to help the kids at the lake weigh in their fish and then joined the Kiwanis in cooking the lunch for everyone. A large part of bringing this off was the help and support of Hemet Mayor Jackie Peterson. She took on the job. Hold on, there's more. She took on the job of photographer and was always willing to help in any way her community. For her part in creating this positive experience, it is my honor to present Mayor Peterson with this Golden Era Productions commendation for contributing beyond her mayoral duties to the kids in her community.
All right.
Sure.
One for the post.
I don't need a microphone, I can talk loud enough. So, thank you, Linda. I just want to say that this is the third year that I was a photographer out there, and it's so much fun just getting to know some of the families that have come out there. Some of these kids have never fished before, some of them have never caught a fish before, and it's just a wonderful event. And if you guys have between 5 and 15, they can come out and have a day of fishing. They get all kinds of goodies. There's trophies and prizes, and it's just a wonderful event.
We have the date set for the next one.
Okay, what's the date for the next one?
What is it, Terry? September? No.
No. March, hold on.
March 27th?
But, yeah, close enough, close enough. Yes, thank you, Linda.
Yes, thank you.
And Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. We will now move to presentations. Our first presentation for the proclamation for Juneteenth Independence Day will be presented by Councilmember Clark to Dr. Stephanie Bruce from Black Voices of the Valley.
Don't you be tripping too, girl.
We're on. Whereas Juneteenth, or Juneteenth Independence Day, commemorates the traditional observance of the end of slavery in the United States and is observed annually on June 19th. And whereas on January 1st, 1863, the great President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then henceforward and forever free. And whereas slavery is a violation of the principles of the Declaration of Independence, and its abolition represented a new birth of freedom for the United States, and whereas Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of ending slavery, and whereas Juneteenth is a significant opportunity to honor the principles of the Declaration of Independence and celebrate the achievements and contributions of African Americans have made and continue to make in Hemet and across our nation. Now therefore I, Jackie Peterson, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, hereby proclaim the day of June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth Day, and encourage all residents to join in reflecting on the ongoing cause of freedom for Black Americans and redouble our commitment to stamp out racism in our communities and institutions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next presentation for the proclamation for the U.S. Army's 250th birthday will be presented by council member males to Robert Ferris and Angela Hazlitt Ferris from American Legion Post 53.
How do they do it? Ooh-wah? Oh, ooh-wah. Arr! Ladies and gentlemen, two of the best people you could ever run across. Robert, I love you. You're a good man. Angela, what did they call you before for like 6 months? Angelica or something?
Just don't call me later.
Okay, there you go. Robert, what was your rank in the Army?
Sergeant Major.
Sergeant Major. That's the highest rank you can get in the military, and as an enlisted man. E9. Congratulations, sir. And your rank?
Sergeant First Class.
Sergeant First Class, E7. So she was up there. And she,
She's still balls.
well, now she's still running you. I know that. All right. 250th birthday of the United States Army. Whereas on June 14th, 1775, the Second Continental Congress formed the Continental Army, marking the birth of the United States Army and laying the foundation for our nation's defense and freedom. And whereas for 250 years, the United States Army has stood as a symbol of courage, dedication, sacrifice, serving with unwavering commitment in nearly every major conflict in American history, and protecting the liberties of our citizens and our principles upon which our nation was founded. And whereas the Army has distinguished itself as a versatile and resilient force, fighting on the front lines of battle, providing humanitarian aid, and supporting peacekeeping missions around the globe. And whereas the Army's core values of loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage continue to inspire and uphold the highest traditions of military service. And whereas generations of soldiers have served with honor and distinction at home and abroad, ensuring peace, security, humanitarian assistance across the globe. And whereas we recognize the more than 700,000 soldiers currently serving and commend the commitment of our local veterans, service members, and military families who strengthen our community with their resilience and patriotism. And whereas the 250th anniversary of the United States Army is a historic milestone, an opportunity for all Americans to express our gratitude and appreciation for the service and sacrifice of the men and women of the Army. Now, therefore, Jackie Peterson, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the day of June 14th, 2025, as the 250th birthday of the United States Army, and urge all citizens to honor, celebrate, and recognize the courageous men and women of the United States Army for their enduring service to our nation. Thank you. And also to you, sir. What was your rank? E7. E7, another E7. Thank you, guys. So, who wants to speak first? Ladies first.
Dr. Stephanie Bruce, too.
Oh, you were Army? Oh, well,
Who?
congratulations. I didn't know that. Wow. Oh.
Well, I'm the talker in the, well, I don't need this. I'm a soldier, so I know how to talk loud. Who? I just want to share, especially with our young people, the commitment that Robert and I both shared. I'm sorry, Sergeant Major Ferris and I both shared in the military.
You're so kind.
I am so kind. But I did want to share just briefly what some of our values are in the military. Respect, duty, loyalty, selfless service, integrity, and personal courage. It's very important that you understand that probably only 1% of all United States citizens will ever be in the military. And I can say for me, I am proud to be one of that 1%, that I was willing to put my life on the line so each and every one of you can have the freedom that you have today. I was able to train soldiers. So one thing that was not mentioned is between Robert and I, we served a total combined 63 years of service. Robert served in the military for 31 years. I served for 32 years.
You did.
He's a jokester in the family. And what I had the opportunity to do was to train other soldiers. I was a trainer for 15 years, and all my soldiers that was deployed came home safely. So I'm just so proud of that as well. And I'm so proud of the man that I stand next to, Sergeant Major, being the highest rank E9 that you can be, and he had to serve several soldiers. He made sure that they came home alive as well, because he taught discipline always. In everything you do, you must be disciplined in what you do. And it takes self-discipline. I saw all those young council people up here. It takes self-discipline and commitment to what you're going to be doing, because one day you'll be actually up here and making decisions about this city and or other cities and maybe the nation eventually as the president, vice president, whomever. But I want you to understand that as being part of the military, this is just so important that you understand that we all have committed. And Joe Mills also, he was in that other service. He was in the Marines. So just thank you so much for this honor, and God bless each and every one of you.
Yeah. Robert? Come on.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
Football.
Cheeseburger. All right, thank you. Good job.
Good job.
We will now move to our public hearing items. The City Council's procedures for public hearing will be as follows. Staff will provide a report and clarification of items presented. The public hearing will be open for comments for those in favor of or in opposition to the item, followed by rebuttal to any comments made. The public hearing will be closed, and the city manager may respond to any questions raised by the public. The public will not have an opportunity to respond. Discussion will be brought back to the city council for direction or action. Can we get a report from staff on item 16A?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On November 9th, 2021, the City Council adopted an updated schedule of user and regulatory fees based on the results of a comprehensive cost of service study. During interim years, the City Council has authorized annual inflationary adjustments on fees. This year represents an interim year update, with updates primarily intended to apply the authorized inflationary adjustments and to incorporate feedback received after adoption of the city's current schedule of fees. This year's inflationary rate is 2.61. User and regulatory fees should be set accordingly to the estimated reasonable cost of service and should bear a fair and reasonable relationship to the payer's burden on or benefits received from the activities and or services provided by the city. Fairly allocating costs to the services provided and recovering a portion or all of the costs from service recipients creates value and predictability for city customers and reimburses the city for services provided to a single party as compared to the public at large. The fee schedule is intended to be reviewed annually by city staff as part of the normal course of operations. Typically, a comprehensive fee study is anticipated to be completed every 3 to 5 years, with incremental updates occurring in these years in between comprehensive studies. The city has budgeted a full comprehensive study in the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget. Staff requests the mayor to open public hearing to receive any feedback. Upon the conclusion of the public hearing, staff recommends that city approve the schedule of user and regulatory fees as presented. For additional questions, I am joined by Dave Schroeder with Clear Source, the city's vendor that has been performing the rate study, the rate schedule review.
Is that the presentation then, and he'll be
Yes.
just answering
Yes.
any questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you open the public hearing now? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. I will now open the public hearing. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
I will now close the public hearing. I will now bring the discussion back for City Council deliberations. Council, do you have any comments or questions?
I do. So on page 158, we've got cost of services. And I'm assuming that's a study of the cost of services, probably by the consultant.
I'm sorry, I apologize. What page is this on?
158.
Is it of the staff report itself, or is it of the agenda packet?
16A agenda packet. And so it asks, it talks about cost of service, the current fee, the proposed fee, and then it gives us a percentage of what each are of the cost of service. And we're choosing to do proposed fee, say for Hemet PD inspection. It says cost of service is 150. Current fee is 80. That's 53% of the cost of service. The proposed fee is 120, and that's 80% of the 150. Why aren't we doing the 150?
So this is on page 142 of 143 of the staff report. It's the second to the last page that we looked at earlier.
Not that this is greedy or anything, it's just a question. If that's what it costs for us to provide the service, and it says 150, 80 is current, you're proposing 120, why aren't we paying for getting paid for the service that we're...
Yeah, I do have a response for that. The proposed fees and cost recovery, they were actually discussed with the department, which was the police department. So it was Captain Moat and the Chief Ariano. The city may recover up to 100% of the service cost. However, in these examples, staff felt that the proposed increases were reasonable. So with that, the legal mandate for setting fees is that they do not exceed the estimated and reasonable cost. So that is what staff decided and went with, because it wasn't a reasonable cost at that percentage rate.
Any other questions, comments? Can I have a motion to approve the item?
Give it a shot.
Okay. I move to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hemet approving the updated schedule of user and regulatory fees for various city services, including the annual CPI adjustment of, I think, 2.61%.
Correct.
And new cost recovery-based service fees as outlined in the staff report.
I second that motion.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
I have a motion by Councilmember Mails, second by Councilmember Lodge. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Mails.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
We will now move to our next public hearing, item 16B. Can we get a presentation from staff on this item?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, your Deputy Chief Ryan Webb. Tonight we're going to be talking about the fire hazard severity zone maps. We're going to be joining municipalities all throughout the state that are having a similar conversation as the entire state is impacted by what we're going to be speaking about tonight. So the background on the fire hazard severity zone maps, they were established initially by legislation arising out of lessons learned from major wildfires in the 1980s. Specifically the Panorama Fire, which took place in 1980, burned 28,000 acres, destroyed 325 structures, caused 4 fatalities. In the aftermath, the governor passed Public Resource Code 4202, which required CAL FIRE to develop fire hazard severity zone maps throughout the state in their responsibility areas. In the 1990s, that legislation was expanded to include local response areas, which encompasses municipalities such as the city of Hemet. The state fire marshal is responsible for updating these maps every 5 years. However, the last publication was in 2008. In 2022, Governor Newsom approved legislation to update all of the fire hazard severity zone maps throughout the entire state. The publication of these maps was conducted in phases, with Riverside County and the city of Hemet receiving our maps in March of this year, 2025. The methodology that CAL FIRE used to develop these maps included a process that incorporates local climate data, fuel loading, slope, fire, weather, and wind to calculate burn potential in certain areas. The state implemented key data inputs into their modeling and produced results which they repeated throughout all of the local response areas in the state. The next step was to divide wildland from non-wildland areas. Wildland areas were deemed as those lands that are predominantly covered by vegetation, while non-wildland areas include urban, agricultural, barren, water, or wetlands. According to their modeling, the dangers in these areas arose from embercast from adjacent wildland areas. Embercast was formulated from prevailing winds, slope, tree cover, and other vegetation. Once these areas were determined, the models were used to predict fire behavior and spread under extreme fuel and weather conditions. The probability of a fire starting was based on fire history from 1991 to 2020. Some of the legislation that guides how we approach these fire hazard severity zone maps, starting with Government Code 51178. It became effective in January of 2022, which required the identification of moderate, high, and very high fire severity zones, which differed from the prior maps, the 2008 maps, which only indicated very high fire severity zones. And I'll have an example of this, and you'll be able to see the difference here in just a moment. The maps largely reflect additional areas that were not previously identified by the state fire marshal, with some areas having been removed from the prior maps. The maps reflect hazard and not risk, which the state is defining hazard as being based on the physical conditions that create a likelihood of fire based over a 30 to 50 year period, absent any mitigation measures. Risk is being defined as the potential fire damage, taking into account any modifications and fire reduction strategies performed on the property. And this will come into play when we start talking about insurance here in just a moment. So this is the state-issued fire hazard severity zone map. As you can see, the red areas are the very high fire severity zones, and then we have orange as high fire severity zones, and then the yellow would be categorized as moderate fire severity zones. So this is a comparison of the 2008 versus the 2025 map. The black hash marks indicate the 2008 map, while obviously the overlay would be the red areas of the 2025. So as you can see from the map, the major areas that are identified that weren't identified in 2008 are going to be the Stony Mountain area, McSweeney Farms, as being the two areas that weren't previously identified. And we've had some expansion, a little bit of expansion in the Four Seasons area, a little expansion on the Park Hill area, and then around the Science Center and the Diamond Valley Lake area. Government Code 51178.5 required the City of Hemet Fire Department to make the information available for public review and comment within 30 days of receipt of the maps. We received the maps on March 24th. They were published on the city website on April 8th, along with a press release that was distributed through social media sites. Staff also discussed the maps at community events and meetings. We took phone calls. We also met in person when individuals had questions, and we responded to any emails that we got. Public comment and questions regarding the map were taken from April 8th to May 7th via a digital survey that was posted on our website. Government Code 51179 requires the city to adopt the map along with any modifications by ordinance within 120 days of receipt of the maps, which for us would be July of 2022 or July 22nd, 2025. The legislation does not allow local agencies to decrease the level of the severity zone determined by the state fire marshal. However, it does permit the inclusion of additional fire severity zones that have not been identified by the state fire marshal. Several public comments were made expressing disapproval of their inclusion in a higher fire severity zone. However, the comment period only permitted staff to receive comments and answer questions without the ability to use the public comments to decrease the fire severity zones. After review by HFD staff and communications from the public, Hemet Fire Department is not recommending any additional high fire or very high fire severity zones. So how do these changes impact the city of Hemet? The impact of the community does not change from the current municipal code requirements for the areas of the very high fire severity zones. The requirements placed on structures currently in a very high fire hazard severity zone, but does not apply these standards to additional and future structures. Building standards in these areas will need to comply with Appendix 7A of the California Building Code, requiring the use of fire-resistant building materials and designs that help create a more fire-resistant structure. Vegetation management and defensible space requirements will need to be considered for new construction, and in some cases, a fire protection plan or an environmental impact report may be required. This is currently in the Municipal Code, Section 14-421. For existing structures in very high fire and high fire severity zones, properties will need to maintain 100 feet of defensible space around the structures. This may pose challenges for some residents, but staff is committed to working with the property owners to meet the requirements. For additional information, we are directing the public to the city's website, www.hemetca.gov, specifically the community risk reduction page, for more information on how to protect your home and to create defensible space. The increase, so the big question here is how does this impact our insurance? And the increase in wildfires and the damage or destruction of homes has a profound impact on insurance rates and cancellations. There has been significant concern raised by the public regarding the publishing of these maps and the possibility of their use by insurance companies to make their decisions on insurability. In response, the State Fire Marshal's Office has published a statement saying insurance companies use risk models as opposed to hazard models, and that's where the definitions earlier came in. Because they consider the susceptibility of a structure to damage from fire and other factors that are not included in the hazard modeling. However, the state fire marshal did mention that a lot of the same developments and data inputs utilized for their hazard modeling are what the insurance companies are using for their risk modeling. So with that, in accordance to applicable legislation, staff is recommending the City Council pass an ordinance adopting the maps as published and update the municipal code to replace the previous map with a new one.
Thank you for your presentation. I will now open the public hearing. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
I will now close the public hearing. I will now bring the discussion back to the City Council for deliberations. Council, do you have any comments or questions?
Yes?
Councilmember Clark.
So Park Hill, a large portion of it is in the city of San Jacinto. And according to this fire hazard severity zone, a large portion of my district is in the red. There is no communication between, because the buckwheat is mile high, we got snags, we got all kinds of things there. And yes, it is a fire. We had one just last year. So are you in communication with the city of San Jacinto and goats for some of, rotating crops sort of thing, for mutual aid?
So yes, we're not in contact with the city of San Jacinto. We do contact regularly with CAL FIRE as those jurisdictions come together on Park Hill as well as other areas in the surrounding jurisdiction. So yes, you've identified a great point that we do have several areas in the city that have these overgrowths that need to be addressed. And one of the areas that we're looking at in identifying some of the best ways to move forward with that is we've applied for 2 grants that we're waiting actually any day for acknowledgement on to create what's called a Community Wildfire Protection Plan, a CWPP.
Mm-hmm.
And what this plan would do is it would allow us to hire a consultant that would pay for and allow us to hire a consultant that would evaluate all of the wildfire risks throughout the city. So yes, your community is one of them, one of the several that could be impacted potentially by this. So with that CWPP, we would be able to identify a plan that would account for all of those areas, and once we have that plan in place, then we're eligible for state funding to actually carry out that plan. So goats, as you mentioned, are a great and viable option, and it's certainly something that we need to consider.
But does that bind the city of San Jacinto? Because without them pulling the buckwheat or reducing some of the buckwheat, and it doesn't matter what we do, because there are pine trees everywhere, and we know we just watched Pacific Palisades go up. So, I guess that spot, more than any in the city, to me, it should be a dual. I know CDF does San Jacinto stuff, but that's privately owned property too now. And that property owner, with that ownership comes certain responsibilities, yeah.
Yeah, understandable. And to answer, it doesn't bind San Jacinto, but obviously CAL FIRE as well as the city of San Jacinto have a shared interest in us reducing the wildfire in that area. So anything that we do likely will be done in conjunction with the city of San Jacinto, at least in coordination with them, because they have the same concerns that we do. And I will be happy to meet with you and go over this a little bit more,
I
so
would
we
like
can
that.
so I can address the particular concerns for your area.
Okay, thank you, I would like that.
Of course.
Anyone else?
Just real quick, she kind of answered the other question.
Turn your mic
Oh, just real quick, she kind of answered the other question. Say, for instance, I live in one of these areas that was a moderate zone, and now I'm in a high area zone where my insurance is going to double, or I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get insurance. Is there any alternatives on insurance that the state has, or any other entity, if our insurance is unable to cover because we went into a high burn area?
That was the number one question that we faced from the public, and unfortunately, the insurance requirements are outside the purview of the fire department, and I'm not going to be able to. I don't want to speak and give you misinformation,
Yeah.
because I just don't know what the ins and out of the insurance agency or industry works like. But I will say that many of the insurance companies utilize their own types of modeling, and according to CAL FIRE, this map does not or should not play a role in their determination for your insurance rates or your insurability. Obviously, that's going to be, up to the insurance company to
Right,
determine their
right.
risk. But
And
what we've been told is that the insurance company will look at things outside of just the hazard that's created by the fuel slope, wind, amber cast, those sorts of things.
Well, I'm just looking at the LA fires that they had this last year, and insurance companies aren't covering a lot of that property, so I'm just kind of wondering. And why did the state have the CAL FIRE come into the city area and make this change instead of allowing our fire department to do it?
Sure, great question. So the state was through, I think it was Assembly Bill 38, I believe, was the motivating factor for them to update these maps. Prior to that, the state already had authority through legislation to not only provide this service to the state responsibility areas, but because we had additional fires in the 90s that drew pretty solid attention to this, legislation was passed that included the local response areas into that legislation. So it's driven by state law, and it's, as I said, it's one of those things that we have very limited ability in this. We can add additional areas, providing that we have enough justification to do it, but the legislation is very clear that we're not able to reduce the fire hazard severity zones.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, just a couple observations and questions on this. On the east side, going down State Street where McSweeney is on the map, the red zone, or all of that, ends at city limits. So they're saying that where the fire was 2 years ago is not a high fire danger?
That is a great question as well. So no, this map is specific to the city of Hemet, and it was distributed specifically to us. There are maps available on the county website or the state fire marshal's website that show the entire county.
Okay, but on the west side, it shows areas outside our city limits, which probably is part of it's in our sphere of influence, but definitely some of it's Winchester and Homeland. But also the area, if you look right at the intersection of Warren Road and Stetson, there's that circular area in orange outlined in yellow, south of Florida.
Okay.
Which is probably the airport and the auto mall.
Correct.
And I realize there's a lot of open land around there. But then on the west side of Warren Road, that is all conserved. Not all conserved, but a lot of it is RCA land, which is probably very flammable, very subjective to fire. And it's in our city limits, and yet that's not in any fire zone, which a lot of cities are having problems with how this whole thing has been drawn, and I understand the need for it, but some of it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So that's my anti-government speech on this one. But it really, I see the areas, and yes, we have to be mindful, but some of this I don't think is well thought out, and it puts a lot of people in areas that probably can be protected and leaving out areas that are not protected. Again, my personal opinion, and I understand the mandates that come down from the state. Thank you.
For the
Anyone
record, I
else?
live in a red area, so
But-
I sympathize.
But it is true, we could add on to it, but we cannot subtract.
don't want to.
Correct.
Okay. So that could be mitigated down the road. All right. Thank you.
Can I have a motion to approve this item?
I have a motion to approve this item.
And a second.
And a second for Joe. Second?
I second.
Thank you.
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Clark. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0, and for the record, I do have to read that ordinance title. It's to introduce, read by title only, and waive further reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, amending Section 14-417, Exhibit A of the Hemet Municipal Code, adopting a new map with updated fire hazard severity zones as recommended by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. Thank you.
We will now move to receive and file. Are there any questions or comments from the council on the budget adjustment and warrant registers? There being no questions, we will receive and file the reports. We will now move to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council who would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration?
I would like to pull 18B. Just 18B for me.
Anyone else? Can I have a motion to approve the remaining items?
I'll make a motion to approve all consent items with the exception of 18B.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Krupa, second by Councilmember Males, to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item B for separate consideration. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Yes,
Excuse me.
yes,
Mayor Peterson.
yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving to B.
Councilmember Clark?
So, tires, they're everywhere. Everywhere, and I do mean it, everywhere. We have an area that's targeted, that receives a lot of tires out. And again, this goes back to property responsibility. Could we consider an enhancement for any tire dumping human, much like the drug-free zone, when you're in a drug-free zone and you do drugs or you sell or whatever, you're enhanced into a different category. Is there any way that we could maybe possibly catch one and have it be quite a jolt. Because this, I mean, not that this guy isn't, who's going to do this tire removal service isn't necessary. But it's not just one little area, it's everywhere. One neighbor of mine had a U-Haul drop off an entire back end into a big old pile. Now that's environmental, that's all kinds of things. So I would like to, I do agree with this 18B wholeheartedly, but I would kind of like to see us get a little bit more aggressive. Yeah, put some teeth into it.
That would be an
Mayor,
ordinance.
perhaps I could address the question.
Yeah.
The city council certainly has the authority to increase the fines and penalties for violations of particular sections of the municipal code that they feel are high priority. So this is something the council's done in the past with, for example, fireworks, where the city council decided that fireworks were a significant issue and increased the fine beyond the then standard schedule of 100, 200, 500. When we're talking about tires, you're talking about serious environmental issues associated with tire dumping, as well as the effect on the community. So if the city council directed staff to prepare an ordinance amendment that increased the violations for the anti-tire dumping ordinances of the city, that's something we can be worked on. It's my understanding after speaking with the city manager, it will actually be on next year's work plan already.
Thank you.
So with that, I would like to bring a motion to approve 18B, the resolution retroactively approving tire removal services from Andre Esteban and Andres Pedro, doing business as tire and junk hauler not to exceed $69,000 for the Cal Recycle Local Government Waste Tire Cleanup Grant, and authorizing the city manager to execute the retroactive agreement.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Clark, second by Councilmember Lodge. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge,
Yes.
Councilmember Males,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
We will now move to the discussion action items. Can we have a report from staff for item 19B?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tiffany Barnett, Administrative Services Director. Tonight before you, we are going to have a presentation from the Riverside County Animal Services, Department of Animal Services. We are up for renewal for our contract, and they are going to be giving a presentation. As it is, the cost has increased significantly going into next fiscal year and is one of our major cost drivers. So we're going to give them an opportunity to present what the impact is concerning. So with us tonight, we do have Dr. Kimberly Youngberg, who is the Assistant Director. Good evening, Mayor Peterson, Council. I do have a presentation to give you guys tonight on how our rate increase has come about and some of the methodology and explanation behind that.
If you point that direction, it may actually be easier heading back that direction.
It's back this way. Okay.
Counterintuitive.
So just to give you a little bit of background, the county was asked by the County Board of Supervisors to get cost recovery on our city contracts. and this goes for a lot of county departments, not just the Department of Animal Services. We hired a agency to come in and help us do a fee study of our costs and to come up with the methodology that I'm going to present for you guys today. This company came up with a methodology that's a piece of pie concept that involves sharing the costs of animal sheltering and services amongst our city contracts and the county. And what the option that they came up with is it was option A, which is a full share of these costs. The county narrowed that down to allow for, we understand that there were costs that we would incur as a county, whether we had city contracts or not. So we wanted to make sure that we eliminated those costs from what the costs that we would be passing on to the cities in what we're calling cost option B. And just to give you guys a little bit of history, and I know the city of Hemet hasn't been a contract city partner with us for as long as this history goes back, but we currently have 6 city contracts. Back in 2019 was when the Board of Supervisors first directed us to go to a full cost recovery model for all of our city contracts. So that involved increasing some fees for practices that we normally didn't do, like picking up wildlife and deceased animals. From there, they did an analysis and we implemented a 3-year rate increase that involved increasing the kenneling day charges for the animals in our care. And so that went from 2020 through 2022 fiscal years. And then in the fiscal year 23-24, we did not increase any rates. And now in the 24-25 year, we increased our rates by 5%. And then now leading into the rates to come is what the contract fee study has suggested. So with this, the current 16 contract cities for sheltering. 10 of those cities also do field services for us. There's a whole list on here of what our costs are driven by, either sheltering and field services. So with the fee study analysis, though, we decided to narrow it down to just a few of these cost drivers that we felt like were the most significant, which is the average length of stay for the animals in our care, the number of impounds that come in per jurisdiction, and then also the population of each of those jurisdictions. For field services, our costs are generally driven by the call volume of what comes in from each jurisdiction. So currently, our field services allocation allows for it. It's actually a fair and equitable allocation methodology, given the nexus to the service officer. And so we're looking to just increase the field services by 5%. But the current sheltering allocation it has been unpredictable. It's billed per kenneling day, depending on the animal type, and separately accounting for, operations and maintenance and utilities. We've been billing cities on a monthly basis, which causes an administrative burden on your staff and ours, making it difficult to figure out what that budget is going to be, because it depends on how many animals come in the shelter, so it varies from month to month, and it isn't allowing for appropriate cost recovery. We found in the MGT fee study that focusing on just the boarding isn't giving us enough money for us to focus on the life saving that needs to happen in our shelter facilities. So there has been a real strong need for our department to increase our life-saving outcomes. And to do that, we've had to really work to increase our animal care staff, to to enhance our adoption programmings. I know I was just talking to Mark as I came in about all these activities that you guys have in your communities. So we're going to be increasing our staffing to be able to actually go out to a lot of these events and promote our animals and your animals, and hopefully get more animals adopted through these programmings. Also planning with what we call intake to placement support, which is the moment those animals come in, we want to try to outline a path for them to get out of our shelters into a great environment, whether that's a home or through a rescue group or whatnot. That's the goal. And also through media and marketing team expansion to bring the spotlight into these pets and the amazing animals that are coming into our shelters that all deserve a good home. And so in order to realize these programs, the department is actually seeking to increase our staffing by 38 positions. A good number of those will actually be housed over here at the San Jacinto Animal Campus. So we're excited about that. And this is to cover all of those areas that I just spoke of, animal care, enhanced foster and adoption programming, this intake to placement programming, and then media expansion. So one of the things that the study brought to light is the weight of the burden that has been placed on the county with the costs of sheltering services in comparison to the cities. If you look at the piece of pie, the pie model up here, currently the county is shouldering almost 72% of the costs of operating our facilities versus the 28% that our city contracts have been sharing. And in reverse of that, the unincorporated county is only taking in a fraction of the animals that the combined city contracts are taking into our shelters. So we're bringing in 7,000 as opposed to almost 17,000 that are coming in from city contracts. So with the piece of pie methodology that the rate study suggested, again, what we're looking at is weighting the costs to the cities and the county based on human population, the average number of animals that are impounded in the shelter, and then how long they stay in our shelter facilities. And so these total cost allocations are, distributed with these weighted impacts. And the cities and the county are then assigned an allocation percentage of the cost based on their statistics, the number of animals and the ratio of the total number of animals, human population, and average impounds and length of stay. So this was option A that was suggested by the MGT study with a full cost sharing. This is not the methodology that we're going with. We're going with option B. But just to show you that this was their suggestion, was that the unincorporated county absorb 45% of those costs. And with our total impounds being at 30%. This is a lot of small print that you can look at. But we're actually going with the option B, which is the county baseline model, where we understand that there's a certain amount of these costs that the county would shoulder anyway, just through having to keep our facilities open and impound our own animals, and with administration and things like that we would be paying for anyway. So we've removed those baseline costs to come up with option B, which looks more like this, that the county it's really small. I think 55% of the overall costs, and then 44% of the costs to the city. And this is just like city by city what that looks like. So our implementation approach is that our field labor rates are going to be increased 5% from 26 through 27. Our shelter rate increases are going to be distributed over a 3-year period. So we're not going to bring this all down on the cities at once. The board's actually allowing us to spread it out over 3 years. And the shelter increases are going to begin January 1st for the budget 25-26 fiscal year for the half of that year. And then the updated contract facilitation is going to include payments that are made to the county quarterly, and that's just going to be a fixed sum. It's not going to be, having to count every nose in, tail out type of a thing every month. We're going to reconcile annually based on each city's length of stay, impounds, and population. We're also asking the cities to participate with us in providing spay and neuter clinics in your city. These are things that you can discuss with us to help you provide, or you're welcome to also find another provider. Also to opt in, we're talking about the concept of maybe creating some kind of a spay and neuter trust fund that cities could participate in. We haven't fully developed that concept yet. And then we also want the cities to help provide vaccination, microchipping, and licensing clinics in the cities. So that's what I have got for you today, and I'm welcome to field any questions that I can. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Council, do you have comments and questions?
I just have a quick question.
Sure.
That is for, sorry, that is for two field people 7 days a week or 5 days?
So I believe that's for two field people 5 days a week, but we do 24-hour on-call emergency. And that's for, priority one calls, anything with a, human or animal in danger, help law enforcement, those types of events.
Is that an additional cost? Thank you.
That's built into what you're already paying, unless they're, if they're going into overtime, though, those are going to be costs that the city will incur.
I do have a question. I'm a horribly sensitive. When Lassie didn't go home, I cried as a kid. So I have been thinking on paper, because in the last month and a half, I have been participating in 2 dogs. One was inside a business, and it was clearly fatigued. This was on a Sunday afternoon, laying in the middle of the store, and the male was outside trying to come bother her. And we could not get one person to come. And that's a business. Not only is there a liability if that one of those dogs bite, and we had none. So we had to call our city, and our police came and took. Also, another dog that was chained to the old Sushi Ray, and it had been there overnight and sitting in the sun first thing in the morning. Multiple calls came in. This was on a Sunday again, and no one showed up until someone that I know showed up and called the police, and they came and removed the dog. They brought it water, food. So I'm just thinking aloud. I believe that animals, the pick up and confine healthy animals, need to be moved to an emergency category, especially in the summer in the heat, but must be picked up within 180 minutes, which is 3 hours. That gives you a little time and us a little time. Any calls not responded to at that 181 minutes, we can't leave. I mean, we've got public that are outraged on the amount of animals out there that are just being disposed of. And I understand, believe me. I'm very sympathetic. And I think that if we have to send an officer out on our time to move that animal, that we should be given some kind of credit for that time that you guys, and you're busy. Please understand the spirit of this.
And so our recommendation is for the city to actually hire a third officer with your call volume. It's absolutely warranted, because the officers that you currently have, with 2 officers working full time, they're handling more than a 1,500 call volume per year.
Oh, agreed. But if we can't get animal services to come, 6 people are calling dispatch every hour because that animal is still there confined or hasn't had water. So, you know, I really feel like and I know you're up against finances.
And it's
but-
important with the calls because when they're on the weekends during off hours, and you know, if it's a true emergency, you need to express that to the after hours call company.
It was.
Okay.
It was, believe me. And finally, we had police. So I don't want to beat, you know, anybody up, but I do believe that there should be some consideration for dispatch and the police officer that has to come confine until somebody from your service can actually get there. That may actually be a little more kinder for your employees too.
And I get that, and like I stressed, you need more services. You need more animal control services.
And I understand.
So you're suggesting 3?
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense, because it was on a Sunday when the call was made, so nobody's working. I mean, it's 24/7, you know, emergency,
But
so
with
somebody
the-
should have been available.
With the extra staffing support, though, we would be able to have more flexibility to get out to calls like that.
That's, I don't know.
Go ahead. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Just a few questions for clarity. The field service charge is just when an officer is out in the vehicle driving around looking for strays, so to speak?
So they don't drive around looking for strays. They are call driven. So when somebody calls in and makes a complaint or makes has an emergency call or whatnot, generates an activity, and then they go out and respond to that call.
And the charge is only when the call is received, or is it a 24-hour charge?
So the charges for field services are like an all-inclusive charge that includes, not only like an officer, but it's all their equipment that goes with it, the trucks, the gear, gadgets, everything that they have. If you're talking specifically to charges as in when an officer goes out, that would be if one goes out on overtime, that would be above and beyond the base like field services charge.
But the base charge includes whether there's calls or not? The base?
Correct.
Okay, alrighty. On the kenneling day charges, do you recover any of the charges from the pet owners?
So that's an interesting question to ask, and in the past we did, but right now, because we're so full of animals, we're really trying to do anything and everything we can to try and remove barriers and reunite pets with their owners, including waiving fees for them to come and pick up their animals, because we would rather they come and get the animal and not have that fee be a barrier.
Okay. Then my next one, when you're talking about the chipping and the spay-neuter clinics, is that a charge or a cost that the city would pick up in addition to the contract with county?
Yes, so our charges for that moving forward are probably going to be about $3,500 per event, and that would be an additional charge. But that includes those services being offered to the constituents for free. The city could decide if they wanted to pay or charge the constituents to recoup fees. We would totally allow that.
Okay. My last question is is kind of strange, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So if you get a call of a stray, and the reporting party says it is on the corner of San Jacinto and Acacia, which is city limits. And they get there and the animal runs 3 houses to the east, which is now county. Who's going to get charged, the city or the county?
It's generally going to be where the call came in.
Okay.
No, though, if you're chasing a dog and it's running away, it's generally going home. And so then hopefully they can make that connection with the homeowner and mediate something there rather than having to impound the animal. But
Yeah.
But yeah, it's generally going to be where the call comes in.
Okay.
And that's a
See-
pretty rare occurrence that it's like that fine line of a.
And we have some strange city limits on the east
That
side
probably
in my
happens
district in
both
particular.
ways.
Yeah. So it's like, yep, you are house number 2, you are in the city, and yep, you're house number 3, and you're in the county. So you have different services all the way around. But okay, thank you. It's expensive. It is quite atrocious. I was talking with Tiffany earlier today when I first got on council. We were with Ramona Animal Haven, and we paid like $350,000 a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now we're up to 4 million. So
5 million.
it's,
I have a quick question. Where are these ACOs stationed during the day?
So they're not just in one spot. They all, when they come in the morning, they have a call log, and they have, the cities, whatnot, are split up into different areas, and they go out and they're responding to those calls. But their home base for Hemet is the San Jacinto Animal Campus.
Okay, so they go there and they get their marching orders and
Yep.
they take off.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And believe me, they have a list waiting for them when they get there in the morning.
Okay.
You go ahead.
I have a follow-up question on the adoption process. Do you work with any of the private adoption agencies to get pets adopted out? Because Ramona Animal Shelter is not Ramona Animal Shelter, it's
Yep.
Haven, Pet Haven or something like that.
We have a really great partnership with Haven. We also work with some of the Petco and PetSmart stores to get cats adopted primarily through them. Sometimes we do some, dog days, and we work with hundreds of private rescue organizations, all over. Matter of fact, this week alone, we're doing 3 transports of flights of animals going to different regions of the country.
One other question, do you provide the feral cat traps?
Yes.
For citizens to bring them in and have it done? 'Cause
Yes.
I have several people in my neighborhood and that I know in town who are very, very big on catching the feral cats, getting them neutered, and
We're
then
probably
set 'em go.
working with them because we have quite a big fan base for that over at the animal campus.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, and I have a few things. So for your spay and neuter clinics, about how many can you do in one day?
About 30 animals in a day.
30 animals, and it's mostly dogs and cats? both?
Yes.
Okay, 30 in a day.
And you guys are lucky because we actually have the animal campus over there. So we could work out something too if we wanted to do some big event and sponsor something to bring in more people and get more animals done. Matter of fact, we're going to have a group coming in called Animal Balance that we're working with that's going to be doing a spay and neuter event out of our animal campus in this area where out in the Coachella Valley, they did 200 animals in a weekend. And so that's coming up in, I don't know the exact dates, I'll get them to you, but in July.
Okay, so even if they went to the San Jacinto complex, it would be $3,500 a day for you guys to help us?
Yes.
Okay. And do any of your employees, do you ever have a split schedule? Like if we had 2 people, could they stagger it so we could get weekend coverage?
It's something we could discuss.
Okay, so that's what I would like to see.
That would be something we'd have to discuss with our field services and see.
That's what I would like to see, because then we'd have coverage on the weekends, so. And then I think we need more publicity in our city, and I think we need more of the spay and neuter clinics. I see stuff on social media almost every week.
Yeah.
As people are saying, where can I get my pet spayed economically?
Yes.
It's like, it's really a big need, and I think that would cut down on a lot of the services that we need from you. So
Yeah.
I think education and spay and neuter is like a thing that we should work on this next year.
Absolutely.
So, any other comments?
One quick question. So we pay you $4.9 million for 3 years for 2 ACOs. Now, they go out on Monday, they bring in 30 new inmates.
Hopefully
I
not
like to
that
make
many.
it fun. So anyway, so when the people come in to get their dogs out of doggy jail, do they get charged for their dog being there?
So like I was talking about, we're trying to do everything we can to reduce barriers to get more animals home. So we're currently not charging people for that. We are holding them accountable to become compliant for licensing and spay and neuter and vaccines and those types of
that's good.
requirements.
Yeah, I like that.
So that's what we're doing. We're also working with our team a lot to try and see if they can do a lot more reunions, pet reunions in the field and not have to bring them into the shelter. And when that's the case, that wouldn't be charged to you
Okay.
either.
So right now, they're not, citizens don't have to pay to get their dogs out?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that
Mhm.
you were getting paid, but not twice.
Yes, yes.
So my question is, officers out in the field, and does he do multiple stops? I mean, I know there's different size cages in the
Yes,
truck and whatnot.
absolutely.
So what's the time limit that the animal can stay in the truck? What's the policy on that?
I mean,
It's 110 degrees out there.
It depends. All the trucks have air conditioning, just so you know. Of course, when they get filled to a certain amount, I'm sure they're going back and dropping off and coming back. If anything is sick or injured, they're taking that back as well. So, that all that can be a time factor. But, they're generally out by, 8 o'clock in the morning and not coming back until usually 3 or 4-ish in the afternoon.
With a full truck, shall we say?
Potentially.
Okay, potentially, okay. I'd like to put this on hold if we could until we find out if we can get the coverage for the weekends for the,
Yeah.
is that, can we do that? We have to, yeah.
I would really like that discussion also.
Yeah.
So if the council is willing, I'd like to continue it.
Yes.
I agree.
May I get a motion?
I make
Sundays
a
are
motion that
terrible.
we continue this until we can figure out the timeline
said
for
it was
weekends.
It would need to come back to you at the next meeting, so
Right.
it becomes effective by July 1.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
But we can work out.
Can we get that?
Yeah, let me look into that.
Crunch
I'll have
the
some
numbers.
discussions with people tomorrow and see what we can get back to you with.
Perfect, thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
And there was a motion?
I'll second.
Yes, there was a motion.
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Males. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Clark.
To
Yes.
continue the item.
To continue the item to the June 24th, 2025 City Council meeting for further discussion. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge,
Yes.
Councilmember Males,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa, Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Can we have a report from staff on item 19C?
I know you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is Christian Tikas, your Community Solutions Coordinator. This presentation tonight will be in actually a collaboration with PD as well. And we will be discussing the homeless services update for the next fiscal year. Just a quick little introduction as we move forward addressing one of our city's most pressing challenges, homelessness. We're presenting a strategic shift that reflects both fiscal responsibility and a stronger commitment to long-term sustainable solutions. While we recognize that the city is maneuvering through a budget shortage, the following recommendations are being proposed with the understanding that we can only provide the level of service that our city is able to afford. We also want to take a moment to acknowledge a valuable role that CityNet has played in our city, serving our city. The services that have been provided filled a critical need at a time when our city required immediate support. And the decision to partner with them was made with the best intentions of helping our most vulnerable citizens. And now as we take this next step forward with following recommendations, we are ready to acknowledge that the issues of homelessness is not just about managing a difficulty. It's about building a system that works better for Hemet and provides lasting solutions for those in need. Click where? All righty. So, little background on this. October 26, 2021, The City of Hemet adopted Resolution 21-326, authorizing the acting city manager to enter into an agreement with CityNet for street outreach and engagement services, which began on December 1st, 2021. And since then, the city has entered into 2 contract extensions with CityNet, all paid through our one-time funds. Be my clicker. Might be going dead. There we go. So just a little timeline. January 2003, point-in-time homeless count at 207 unsheltered individuals for the city of Hemet. On May 2024, the city had hired myself, the Community Solutions Coordinator for CityNet supervision and community resources. And this past January, we did a point-in-time homeless count at that counted for 138 unsheltered individuals. So this resolution, which is 25-201, our recommendations are to confirm non-renewal of the CityNet contract, which expires June 30th, approve an outreach and engagement specialist classification and salary, and adopt previous standards for homeless outreach services under the supervision of the Hemet Police Department. So just some point-in-time count data that Riverside County just released. This past January is when they did the point-in-time count. We had counted for 1,978 unsheltered people throughout Riverside County, which is a decrease, 19% decrease in unsheltered homelessness. Next slide. The total point-in-time data includes sheltered and unsheltered individuals, which is at 3,990, which again shows a significant increase of a 7% decrease from the last point-in-time count on 2023. And this just shows our particular numbers for the city of Hemet. We counted 138 unsheltered individuals, and in the shelters, there were a total of 184 people that we were accounting for, which gives us a total point-in-time count of 322 individuals that are dealing either with an unsheltered or sheltered situation. So just information on our analysis for your recommendations tonight. As a result of the next fiscal year's budget constraints, the city manager and the Hemet police chief are recommending that the CityNet contract not be renewed for the next fiscal year. The city manager is recommending the transition from utilizing a third-party homeless outreach organization, which is CityNet, to bringing these services in-house under the direct management of the Hemet Police Department. And the city recommendation is to hire a full-time outreach and engagement specialist position for direct case management and outreach to the homeless population within our city limits. This OES position will operate under the supervision of the Active Engagement Response Outreach Team, which is the Aero unit of the Hemet Police Department. And we've also provided a crosswalk plan as part of the documentation for you to review. In addition, myself, the Community Solutions Coordinator, will work in collaboration with Aero and the OES position to continue to expand access to resources, build stronger partnerships, and develop more sustainable housing solutions. A key focus is to eliminate the city's reliance on motel bridge housing vouchers for temporary shelter and move to a more self-sufficient client model of utilizing available room and boards facilities operating within the valley. And this in-house model is intended to strengthen interdepartmental collaboration, improve data tracking and continuity of care, and allow the city to be more proactive in addressing the complex needs of its unsheltered population. And in regards to the fiscal impact, I can have Lieutenant Maddox give a little more information about that.
He didn't tell me that I was going to be doing this part, but I will just read from here. So currently, Hemet Police Department has a vacant public safety operator position, and that's a position, not a dispatcher, it's an operator. We used that in the past as a transition role for dispatchers that had a tough time in training. So we would use this path. Now that we're almost at full capacity, maximum manpower in dispatch, it's a position that we don't think that is as valuable as it has been in the past. The new outreach engagement specialist position carries a fully burdened rate of $117,000. There is a little bit of a gap of $14,000 on the difference that would come out of the general fund. The alternative options, option number one would be to continue with CityNet contract at approximately $1 million annual cost. Christian Tikas did a RFP on alternative sources, and they did come in a little cheaper for the same service from what their current annual cost was. Alternative two would not renew the CityNet contract and not deploy new outreach and engagement specialist position. Cost savings of approximately $14,000, and salary and benefit costs would decrease the effectiveness and the efficiency of the current police department personnel due to addressing homeless population needs on a daily basis. And this clicker's working fine for me as I'm sitting here. But, at this point, if there's any questions or any further discussion for either of us.
Council members, questions, comments?
I'll start. Right now, I know we're up in our police officers now, I believe at 89, with 7 or so coming from training. So we have the staff to oversee this homeless situation with Arrow.
So we have 7 academy graduates that will be graduating actually Thursday, I believe. However, they will be starting the FTO program and probably won't be available until probably November, December, off FTO training if all goes well with all 7 of them.
And they'll be, will they be in addition to the Arrow team, a second Arrow team, or?
So those bodies themselves will create the manpower that we can utilize to add to the team as our plan.
So we'll have full coverage then 7 days a week?
That's our plan, is go 7 days a week.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
I like it. You know how I feel about it, so.
Will any of the services to the homeless be changed in any way or affected in any way by making this change in policy?
So yes and no. So yes, the services will change because CityNet will no longer be the go-to person. And no, in a sense that we're going to do virtually the same thing as far as whenever we get called to a situation for outreach to help an individual in need, the same resources are going to be available. The one thing that we're removing out of the equation is the bridge housing, which is the motels. And we're already working and we did an RFQ, also at the same time we did an RFP for the room and boards that are in the area that want to be basically available vendors to receive. There's a lot of other funding and programs that allows for a lot of their quote-unquote rent be covered. And so it's really the same thing, just more of us being able to control who comes into our city, where they're coming from, and actually acknowledging, you know, if they've been just a person that takes advantage of the system or, you know, someone that's really, truly in need,
So a follow-up to that, how many CityNet people do we have with us 5 days a week now?
well, that's been up and down. Right now we have apparently none.
Okay.
Because they've been told that the contract was going to be not renewed. So I will be working with their case program manager to do the warm handoff. But at times we've had 4, which were 2 vehicles that were going, you know, either transporting or doing outreach, and other times we've had 2. And so it's just based on the turnaround of a lot of the case workers that were also part of the team. Some of them are no longer with CityNet, and And so I believe with this position being what we're offering, we're going to have someone that's going to be highly qualified and willing to stay on the long term at least.
So you could say that we would be going from the 2 over there to how many in the city?
So technically it will be 1 case manager and 1 program manager, which that would be myself.
Okay.
And so the program manager, much like what I already do, which is connect resources, find the programs, and then make sure those are readily available for the actual case manager to do the transition for those that are in need.
And through this whole process, the Aero team will just continue doing what they do?
Correct. They're,
now?
most of the time, they're the
ones.
the responders that are out there, and the only time that this specialist will be called is when they interact and really just are the ones that are seeing that population firsthand.
One of the distinctions as we look forward into the coming year, it's an important distinction, is just the city's ability to essentially staff up the second Aero team near the end of the year. So we're a few months out from that, but being in a position to have 2 Aero teams deployed because of the fact that we're essentially near the full staffing ratio this full staffing for the sworn officers, 91 FTE, 89 filled, provides us it positions the city in a different way as we address this challenge.
So one last question. Through this process, are we under any obligation to use county or federal vouchers in our motels?
We are not.
Thank you.
And this new hire that you're talking about, will they be on the streets the majority of the time, or will they sit in an office and?
It'll be a mixture of both. I mean, a lot of the case management is done either from a computer and on the phone. But yes, whenever the Aero unit is in need of someone to come to a situation, they'll be dispatched basically for that specifically.
I can answer.
Yes, sir.
Let's use the microphone for that.
I envision this outreach and engagement specialist to be out with the team actively. Of course, they're going to have to do some computer work, but I will want them out in the field with the Aero team as much as possible. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
But if they're going to get the resources, at some point they're going to have to sit behind a computer, so there'll be some time behind the computer.
Okay.
Will it be a sworn position?
It will not. No.
So no,
You don't need to be a sworn position in that position. You need to have the skills to
True.
case management and
sure, I'm just
get those
hoping
resources.
for
It will not be a sworn position.
their safety.
Yes, they will be with sworn officers
Okay.
all the time.
Yeah.
That sounds
Perfect.
good.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry.
Christian, can you address the accounting factor that you'll have a better system now of accountability for the people that you're serving?
So so under case management, which the county uses a HMIS system, which is the Housing Management Information System, it allows us now to be the case manager to input the information of the individual. This keeps a record of their history. So once we know who they are, we know if they've been in the system, how long they've been in the system, what programs they received. So it gives us a full, thorough understanding of the scenario of the person. And this will allow us with the accountability aspect of things too. Like I said, there's a lot of people that do kind of take advantage of the systems. And so this will be an opportunity for us to just be a little more on the proactive enforcement side of things, and instead of just being the handout.
And we never had access to the HMIS system?
We do, but it's
No, in the past.
we have it now.
No, in the past, did we have access to it?
Not until I came here. And so what that only allowed me was to kind of view what was active, but not really work on the files since we are not the case manager.
But now we have access?
Correct.
Full access?
Full access,
Okay.
yes.
So all the cases that CityNet had,
Mhm.
you have access to those files?
I
mean,
will.
To the names?
In the
and-
next coming couple weeks, those will
and
be
so
transitioned and
we'll
transferred
know
over to us.
who's bouncing around and who's
Yes.
using it. Perfect.
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 All right.
And one last question for me. So the data that's input into that system then, will the Aero team be giving you that and you'll be collecting some on your own when you're out and about? How is
So
the input going to be?
So the outreach specialist will be in charge of doing it's called the intake.
Okay.
And so they'll be intaking
So
the
they'll do
person,
that one.
and they'll be the ones.
Okay, good.
And a lot of the case managers that we're looking at are very familiar with this system, so.
Okay, good.
Ooh, I'll make the motion.
Any other questions, comments? May I have a motion?
Go for it.
I got it. I move to adopt Resolution 25-201, confirming the non-renewal of the CityNet contract, approving the classification and salary for full-time outreach and engagement specialists, and adopting prior standards for homeless outreach services within city limits under the supervision of the Hemet Police Department.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Mayo, second by Councilmember Lodge. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Clark. Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Mails.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Yes. Good one. Can we have a report from staff on item 19C? Oh,
We just did that.
19D, I'm sorry, 19D.
Good evening again. Tiffany Barnett, Administrative Services Director, and tonight we are bringing you the recommended budget for fiscal year 2025-26. This first slide here is the ongoing general fund allocation methodology that we have been kind of presenting to you the last couple of years, where we do have the combined general fund balance, which includes the general fund and the Measure U, at $76,468,800. This does deduct the amount of transfers that we have for general fund overhead. And then the general fund itself is at $60.2 million, approximately 60.3. And then Measure U is at about 16.2 million. Then we do further break down the general fund by the 72% to public safety, and the 28% goes to non-public safety departments. This is general fund, so it would be the departments of like city manager, city council, city clerk, finance, HR, parks, and engineering. And then the 72% that goes to public safety is further broken down 2/3 to police and 1/3 to fire. And then the Measure U portion also follows that same methodology of 2/3, 1/3 split. With the updated cost drivers that we do have going into this next fiscal year, you do see that the internal service fund, the liability budget premium increase for the premium has gone up about 3.8. This is a decrease from what we initially had projected. So initially it was going up about 4.1, about 5 million. So the premiums did come in a lot lower, which we are thankful for, but it still is an increase of overall 3.8 million. Salaries are increase. We had to account for the vacancy factor that we deployed last year of 3.1 million. So that cost is also a driver going into this year. And then the liability budget increase for excess claims was increased about 1.7 million. And then the annual UAL, which is the unfunded liability through CalPERS, increased about $1 million. And then the step increases that are going to be implemented in the first full pay period in July includes a 3% COLA, along with regular standard step increases is about another $1 million. And then as we learned tonight, the animal services contract is going up about $644,000. And
just to clarify on the animal contract, that's for 3 officers. And so with 2 officers, it would be approximately $300,000 less. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Yes. And then we do have a general plan update that we are going to be funding. That is about $500,000. And then we do have an increase in our internal service charges, internal service funds of like city attorney litigation fees. that we have anticipating for trials, and just the regular CPI adjuster for on the retainer is about a $300,000 increase. And then we also do have a police contract increase for the Axon tasers. That is a standard service that needs to be included. That's an additional $274,000. And then there are increases of the ISF for facilities and for fleet. And those are our main cost drivers going into this next budget year. This next slide is again the historical pension and OPEB obligations. And you can see year after year that the pension costs increase significantly. And then right now we are increasing on our other post-employment benefits. That is increasing as well. We're hoping that those will subside, but probably not for another about 5 years. So we do have we're looking at an increase of about 1.1 in pension and OPEB. And you can see as the pension discount rate decreases, our overall costs increase. So it's important that PERS performs well so that their discount rate does not decrease. Otherwise, it does turn it to a burden on the cities. This next slide is showing you a snapshot of all of the changes that have occurred since our last workshop. That was on April 22nd. And it was about a $262,000 increase. And the reason that there was an increase is that we did actually decrease in the liability premium of $1.2 million, but we did take into account additional costs that were increasing. So we are actually overall increasing about $262,000. So. This next slide here shows all of the revenue projections that we are estimating to come in. We do have the adopted budget in that first column, and then the recommended proposed budget in the second column, and then we provided a percentage increase or decrease in what those two variables are. So we are looking at an overall sales tax decrease of about 4%, and then Measure U is going to be decreasing about 2%. We are expecting property taxes to continue to grow about 4%. And then the motor vehicle license fee, which is in lieu of tax, that is increasing about 7.5%. And franchise fees are going up about 1% to almost 6.1 million. And then our general admin is going up 2.5%. And then you can see the various increases there as they are increasing and decreasing. You'll see that the transient occupancy tax does anticipate a 42% increase, and that is taking into account the audit findings that we are coming back with, that we would be collecting a portion of that at least, as well as the 2% increase in transient occupancy tax, and then deploying the new recommended Verbo and Airbnb tax collections that we will be anticipating on moving forward with. Then we also do have cannabis tax, which we haven't had in the past, which we're anticipating about $200,000. Thus far, they have submitted their first full quarter for the one that we have currently, and it's about $35,000. So I anticipate that to continue to grow each quarter. And then if we do open up another storefront, that will also help the city's revenue grow as well. This next slide is the actual expenditures by department. And again, it's the same layout where we had the adopted budget of last year and then the recommended budget going into next fiscal year. And you can see the adjusted increase and decrease for each department. And then the biggest contributor on this breakdown is going to be the animal regulation, the animal services contract. There is 1.8 million that we did budget in there. We wanted to be on the conservative side if we decided to go with the 3 animal control officers. That was already built into the budget. So I just wanted to point that out as well. For one-time uses, you will see that we have decreased significantly in the amount that we are going to deploy in investments for the city. It is about a total of $2.4 million, and it's broken up in between Measure U and General Fund. And on the next slide here, we will show what those investment projects are going to be. We also do have a vacancy factor of 527,000, and the interest income, which we are anticipating to come in at least 3 million more than what we have budgeted. So with that and backing out the one-time use of fund balance, because that is actually drawing from the fund balance and not really going against our revenue, we are looking at a deficit of about $3.7 million. And that will be drawn off of the general fund balance.
And again, that assumes 3 of the animal control officers.
Correct. And also, that the way that I know that in our Measure U meeting, they were curious on how that works. And it's not like a transfer of funds or anything like that. It's just we set the budget up and money is drawn off of that. And at the end of the year, if we ended up not spending that, there really isn't as much of a deficit that has to pull off of that. But anything that is unused just falls back into general fund, or any excess that is used pulls from that general fund balance. So there's not really a transfer occurring. This slide here does break down the one-time use of fund balance. And the main one that you see is about $1.5 million, and that's the Pension 115 Trust contribution. That is driven by policy, and this is the first year that we're going to be contributing to the Pension 115 Trust in this manner. We also are investing more into the kitchen grant program, the facade improvement program, community enrichment grants, vandalism relief. We're going to be looking at restoring the digital sign for the library. There will be the full comprehensive fee study, which we did. We had the Clear Source consultant here earlier. It will go out for an RFP. And replace the front doors at the City Hall lobby. They are failing and they're not engaging in locking. So there have been instances where people have come into City Hall after hours. And then we're looking to contribute to the Hemet Beautiful and the beautification program. With the Measure U one-time use of fund balance, it is being recommended $120,000 goes to Fire Station 3 improvements, which are desperately needed, as well as the police radio program update for $39,000. This next slide does show our general fund balance, and we went ahead and projected what we're looking at ending fiscal year 25 in, and what we are estimating 26 would end in if we were to just adhere to receiving all of the funds and expending everything that's budgeted. So again, these are very preliminary, but it does give you a little bit of a depiction of the decrease in our fund balance that is going down significantly, and you can see it starting to drop on that graph there. The reserve is something to point out. You do see, and that's the green portion of the chart, the graph, and it has risen significantly, and that's the 40% reserve that council enacted into where we're putting that aside. So that is being preserved, and it still keeps us in a good position. The general fund balance does drop to 7.2 million, but there is that reserve that's still there for about $29 million. And then I just wanted to highlight again all of the investments that we used with the one-time fund balance. That was part of it was a large part of that draw on our fund balance. And they were the investments that we deployed this year. You can see that the liability insurance premium did take out a lot of that, but we were able to do some upgrades throughout the city. And there were some kitchen grants. There were park designs, development fee studies. So there were a lot of different investments that the city was able to deploy with the use of the one-time fund balance. This is a count of the budgeted positions that we have currently from 24-25 to 25-26. We are not moving the position count. It is remaining the same. However, with the new voting that we just did on the previous, it will increase by 1 FTE. And so that'll bring it to 381.4 full-time equivalent positions. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Kalina, remind me, we're swapping the position. So it'll be a net effect. And then we did meet with the Measure U Citizens Oversight Committee, and we met with them this year on the April 15th, the 29th, May 22nd, and again on June 3rd. They did provide us with their letter of recommendation, and the proposed expenditures as presented generally meet the intentions to expend the Measure U proceeds set forth in Resolution number 4703 and 4731 and Ordinance number 1918. The committee understands the ongoing struggles in the recruitment and retention of police and fire personnel are not unique to HIMIT, but strongly urge the City Council to take steps to ensure adherence to the mandatory staffing ratio set forth in the adopted regulations. The committee is also in support of the use of one-time Measure U fund balance as recommended in the budget. And again, that was the $120,000 for the Fire Station 3 improvements, and then $39,000 for the police radio program update. I did want to add a couple of additional considerations which weren't initially in time for the budget document that we have discussed, and it was supported by the Measure U Citizens Oversight Committee along with the city manager and the city council ad hoc to use $750,000 plus a 20% contingency of one-time Measure U fund balance to rehab the city property that's located on St. John's Place. It's kind of back adjacent to the Covell building, and that will be for the future police aero team location. And again, this is supported by Measure U and the city manager and the city ad hoc. If that is something that the council wants to support, we can always amend that into the budget motion. Additionally, we did get some news just late breaking that we do have an additional option to lower our self-insurance rate for our public safety incidences for liability. It does come with a cost, but what that does is it drops both of our SIRs for public safety claims as well as non-public safety claims to an even $2 million across the board. To obtain that, it would be about $1.5 million per fiscal year for 3 years if we are interested in moving forward with that. Again, this is another consideration that if the council is in support of that, we can always amend the budget to incorporate that funding as well. And with that, that concludes the budget presentation for fiscal year 25-26, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I know it was a lot of work put into that, so thank you, everybody that had input on that. So, council members, any questions, concerns?
No, I'm fine.
Go ahead.
I'm good.
Oh, you're good? Okay. Councilmember Mills?
I'm good.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
I'm not good. Somebody has to be not good. Actually, just one question and then a comment. On the pension 115 trust fund, is that going to be an annual payment of 1.4 million, or will that fluctuate, or what is that actually based on?
It will fluctuate, and it's based on the surplus from one year to the next. And it's a ratio, so it is a percentage of, if we have a surplus, it goes towards that trust contribution. So it will not always be 1.5. Fortunately, it was a little bit more this fiscal year. Probably moving forward, it will not be.
I'd like to elaborate a little bit on that. We closed the prior fiscal year with an $8 million surplus, which was outstanding. And it drove through that percentage of the surplus, pursuant to the council's policy, a very significant contribution to this trust, which is essentially rainy day money for potential challenges down the road. So this is a really nice gift to see moving into the pension fund. And as proposed, the budget, even with the 40% reserve, still has at the moment $23.4 million above the 40% reserve, which is almost $29 million. Should we consider the 1.5 contribution, that would reduce it to just under 21 million. So still some fairly substantial numbers.
Thank you. And that brings me to my comment. Everybody's going, oh God, what's her comment going to be? 2 years ago, I believe it was, that we had the conversation of increasing the reserves from 20% to 30%, or from 10% to 30%, whichever it was, which I brought up. And at that time, I was absolutely thrilled to my tippy toes that my fellow council member Males said, why don't we move it to 40%? And we did. So this year, my thinking is, I would like to see that reserve go up to 50%. Now, let me just put a little caveat on that. I talked to the city manager today about that, and I've really been thinking about it. And yes, we have, if I could bring my computer back up, it keeps stalling on me, the 23 million in excess. And we have been so fortunate the past few years that we actually have surplus at the end of the year. And I think we're using it extremely wisely, maybe not conservatively, but extremely wisely in putting additional money into our streets, which we are receiving wonderful comments from residents saying thank you for improving the look of our city because we have so many new streets paved. And just in the different grant programs that we are offering to businesses and the community to help beautify, to get our reputation changed, doing a rebranding program. There are so many positive things that we are using this money for. However, I get real nervous when our revenues are flat or even declining by a little bit, and having a reserve fund that we can then draw on without having to cut staff, which we have done in the past and is extremely painful. And I will look over here and see that there are at least a few people over there that went through the same thing that I did in 2010, 2011, and 2012. And we don't ever want to have to cut our staff like we did before. But I would really like to see a conversation, a workshop, or something coming up in the next few months, maybe after the audit is done and after everything is stabilized with this budget, that we have a workshop that shows us the scenarios of what happens with decreased funding and where we draw from and what a 50% reserve would do if we had that much money, and again, and what it would take to increase our reserves from 40% to 50%. How many $1 million are we actually talking about it, and how would that impact 2026 and 2027? So it's my thought process going into this that I think we need to have a workshop on it coming up so that we know exactly where we're going, because we can throw out numbers without necessarily knowing exactly what the impact is going to be. And we really have to work smart. We have to be conservative, we have to be smart about our money because it's not always going to be there. So preparing for the downturn it is just absolutely imperative. I'm not going to have to make a lot of those decisions because I won't be sitting up here, but I feel for everybody that does because there's tough decisions coming. But in the meantime, I'm satisfied with the 40% this year, but we need to have a conversation about increasing it to 50% next year.
Yeah, and we can absolutely do that.
And that's my comment.
Any other discussion? So Tiffany has suggested that we might want to add the $750,000 for the remodel. And
Is your mic on?
oh, I'm sorry.
There you go.
So Tiffany has suggested that we might want to add the $750,000 for the remodel for the Aero team and other offices there, and also the difference in our insurance premium. So if we have a motion, it would have to, whoever makes the motion, if they would like those in there, we would have to add those for the motion. So would anybody like to make that motion?
I can try.
Okay.
Give it a shot.
Okay. I move to receive and file the Measure U Citizen Oversight Committee letter of support for fiscal year 2025-2026 budget with recommended changes and adopt a resolution approving the City of Hemet annual budget and appropriations for fiscal year July 1st to 2025 to June 30th, 2026, with the addition of adding the $750,000 remodel for the additional Aero team, or for both Aero teams, so they can have a location to work with the homeless. And I'm not sure about the 1.5 mil. Is that something that everybody's inclined to do? Then we can add the 1.5 million also if that is what the census is with the council. Yeah.
To change
Huh?
to change our SIR to lower.
Change the SIR to lower our
Yeah, that does lock us into a 3-year
Three-year
with them, so we would be still.
but that's what you
yeah.
recommend though, right?
I mean, the decision is up to council.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
I'm-
mean, I
I'm
know that our
recommending
city
it.
attorney
Yes.
can weigh in on that
Okay.
too, but,
Yeah, so with all that.
yeah.
Is there a second?
I have a point of clarification on the motion. The recommendation on the $750,000 included 20% contingency.
Contingency.
Just potential, given potential cost overruns. Does the motion include that 20% contingency on top of the 750?
Oh, okay, yeah, plus the 20% contingency.
Thank you.
Contingency.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
May we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilmember Mails, second by Councilmember Clark. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Mails.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
May I ask just a clarifying question here? What is in the budget for animal control?
1.8, which is 3 officers.
And that may change next council meeting.
That is true, and so I guess we can either vote again with a clarification that that would be reduced if the council chose to fund the 2 officers versus 3, or we could amend at a later date.
So let's continue till next.
I thought we were,
The budget includes 3, so you can fund either option.
Okay.
If you fund the lower option, essentially what you're doing is you're projecting the city spending $300,000 less, and we would eventually see the benefit
We want
of
it
that.
with the 2 ACOs. or-
I'm recommending the 2.
Yeah, so it will be with the 2.
Okay.
But I thought it was continued. till-
We are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Continue.
contract is continuing, but the budget is being approved.
Yeah.
We're wanting the weekend coverage.
Yeah.
So technicality
Yeah.
here, but I
That's
want to
what
be
it was.
clear on what we're doing.
Either way, I mean, we have
You're
enough
going to
money
do-
to fund the 2. It would just become a savings
And-
with the 1.8.
That's what I
Okay.
wanted to hear. Thank you.
but that, that 2 would be covering weekends also. That's what we're waiting on.
If they have-
Yes, that's what we're waiting
Yeah,
on,
okay.
is a
Right.
discussion, yeah.
Right.
Well, that's what we're gonna have the discussion
That's-
about.
You will talk about that next week, or next meeting.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we're okay for now.
Yes.
Budget.
Okay.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you, Tiffany.
All right, thank
Kayleen.
you.
You're so good.
A lot of work goes into that.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Can we have a report from staff on item 19E?
Yes, Mayor. Stephen Graham-Sifio, your city attorney. I'll be handling the staff report for item 19E. The city of Hemet doesn't currently have a regulatory ordinance in place to regulate short-term lodging, short-term rentals, commonly called Airbnbs or VRBOs. There is a push in the state legislature to assist local agencies with that regulation. Primary concern at this point, the city of Hemet does not have a significant number of these properties or properties that are acting in a way that we would consider a nuisance. However, there are enough of them that we are concerned that they need a basic level regulatory framework, and we want to ensure that they are also aware of their need to pay their transient occupancy taxes. So what we've put together here is, I consider this the light version of a regulatory ordinance for short-term rentals. If you go to some of the jurisdictions that have a lot more of these, where it's actually impacting housing supply, you will see regulatory ordinances that are much more onerous. They contain a lot of regulations regarding how they are operated, how they are registered, how they can be rescinded and suspended. Here we're taking more of a light touch. The primary goal, when I spoke with the city manager about what our joint recommendation was going to be, we just want to make sure that there's going to be a registration process in place, same as we have with any other hotels, motels, or similar uses. And then, for lack of a better term, a good neighbor policy, which is basic rules regarding noise, regarding litter, regarding parking. So you'll see how that all sort of discussed throughout the ordinance. I don't really have anything more to add to that, other than there are restrictions on use of the property for reasons other than the transient occupancy, or the sort of quasi-hotel function, because some communities have seen these turn into essentially party houses, where they get rented for the purposes of throwing a party, and it's a big nuisance to the community. Happy to answer any questions that the council may have. Our recommendation is to introduce, waive full reading, introduce by title only, and set this for second reading at the next meeting.
I know this is on Airbnb, but does this have anything to do with the homes that are working or getting paid by the county to house individuals in their homes, and then they release them during the day, and then they come back at night where they sleep and eat or whatever? Because we have that problem with a lot of houses that are converting their homes into shelters of some kind. So would this fall under that, or?
So that is not what this ordinance was contemplating when we wrote it, but I guess it would depend on how that particular individual is operating their house. If they are renting out a portion of their home to a person who is staying there for less than 30 days, they would potentially fall within the regulatory requirements of this ordinance.
No, these are homes that are housing people for over 30 days.
Right. So at that point, you're
nothing.
no longer. Okay. So when I say transient, I'm using transient in the legal term of someone who is staying for less than 30 days.
Okay.
I'm not using them to refer to individuals who are unhoused.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one question. This ordinance all deals with this chapter 18, and yet on 18702, it says residential properties eligible for short-term lodging permits only properties in a residential district that are authorized under Chapter 90 and this chapter shall be eligible for short-term lodging permit. What's Chapter 90 and where is the residential district that it would authorize?
Chapter 90 is the zoning code.
Okay.
And that, using the term, I should have said residential zoning district or perhaps residential zone. I refer to them as zoning districts in my head. So we can certainly change it to only properties zoned residential under Chapter 90.
So that's what it refers to, any
Right.
any house that is zoned residential, not a neighborhood.
So the primary purpose of this is to prohibit the use, the existence of short-term rentals in legal non-conforming housing. So if you,
Love
everyone
it.
follow that?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we have, Hemet's an old town, right?
Yes.
Hemet has a lot of areas that used to be county. There are residences in the city of Hemet that exist in a zone that is not residential. So that section right there would prohibit a residence that is in a non-residential zone from engaging in short-term rentals.
So would it be beneficial to attach Chapter 90 and highlight that? along with
So
this
Chapter
ordinance
90
so
is
that
a part of the municipal code.
Oh, I
So-
realized that.
Yeah. So I don't think so. We have cross references all the time
Okay.
in the municipal code. But like I said, it may add to clarity if I say that only properties zoned residential
That would be
under Chapter
a
90 of this
good
code.
clarification, because that confused me completely.
Yeah, so I think we can make that change if you wanted to approve this as amended, if that was a concern.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions? May I get a motion for this item?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation with the amended reference to Chapter 90. Is that okay?
That works. I'm sending the
works.
amended language to the clerk's office right now.
Okay.
May I
I'll
have a
second
second?
that.
I think it was Councilmember Lodge.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Krupa, second by Councilmember Lodge. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Can we have a report from staff on item 19F?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we're bringing you our strategic plan action items for fiscal year 25-26. And as some of you will recall, we got this started back in March, but then we had a council transition. So we paused a little bit before bringing this back to you, but this is something that is brought forward in alignment with the city budget, and it's appropriate to receive feedback on this. So at the workshop, the council prioritized using a framework of air, water, chocolate, which on this document is red, blue, and brown dots. So air, water, chocolate, air being the most important, followed by water, followed by chocolate, the nice to haves. So what we've done at the staff level is we've taken the feedback, the dot exercise, the prioritization exercise that you worked on, and we've crafted it into essentially yellow, green, red, which is the highest priority. I'm sorry, green is the highest priority, followed by yellow. So that table, overlook that table on the top right. But green, yellow, red, from highest to high to an important priority. It's subjective. So we tried to draw the line at a place based on the dots that would reflect the level of priority. If you would like to adjust where we've placed some of these based on today's thinking, we can adjust those. So we would be looking for feedback on the level of prioritization. And then we would also be looking for feedback on whether you would like to attach yourself potentially in the form of a liaison, a council liaison or two, or a formal ad hoc. And I'd like to bring to your attention a couple of locations where I've I've identified a potential opportunity that may be helpful for us to have a council member with us. So in the green section under item 5 and item 6, this is related to the property management companies and fining, as well as the splash pads concept. We've gone through an RFP process for the Weston Park refresh, and so we're about to bring you an award of contract. And it actually would be helpful to have a council member or two attached to that item. We did not have one in the current year. So those are two that may be interesting opportunities for you.
Mark?
And yes,
I'm sorry,
sir.
Number 5?
Number 5.
I would gladly jump on that one.
So would I.
And I'd like to be on the splash pads, because I have ideas for Weston Park too.
And number 7's coming up in September, correct? So, somewhere around there.
Right. Don't worry about being limited, just the ideas I float. You may have interest in other items.
Well, yeah.
So you're interested in potentially number 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Down the road.
And I did hear Mayor Pro Tem Krupa for number 6, in
Yes.
case there's another council member interested in that one. This will be a part of some deep stakeholder engagement with our community.
I'll do it. I'll work with Linda on that, number 6. He kept looking at me.
And then if you jump to the red area, there are several between numbers 21 and 24. Each of those may be of interest to the council. So this is, again, related to litter. Number 21 is related to litter. In some ways, it can be consolidated with the prior reference to litter.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Number 22, shade structures at parks and facilities. 23, property management, residential fines. And number 24, job opportunities for new message board placement to promote events. So interested in potential help on identifying locations for message boards.
I'll take 23. Goes with the other one.
Yeah. 21 and 23. We combine all 3 of them.
I know Councilmember Males has been interested in shade structures, so he potentially may be interested in number 22.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did you get Councilmember Lodge's request?
I have, I've heard Councilmember Lodge reference number 21 and number 23 along with Councilmember Clark on 23.
I thought you'd be 27.
Yeah, 27. Community garden, I would like. Didn't you want that too?
Yeah, I think we both were on the
Yeah,
community
you
garden
and I were
before.
both on that.
So, yeah, I'll do that one too.
And number 24, isn't that already being done?
Yeah. It's a little, I interpreted this slightly different than billboards.
Oh, okay.
But there may be other opportunities for
Because we have an ad hoc for
communication.
the billboards.
Right.
Yeah, oh,
Right.
okay, alrighty. Okay, I'm good with, yeah, I'd like to know about message boards. I'd like to be on that. Okay, arts and culture is on that, that's good. The number 19, does that encompass the additional plans for the DVL?
So we're at a point now where the soccer fields have been designed. In fact, we have a meeting with Valley-wide leadership very soon, and we'll be sharing with them the final design. We can bring that back to you as well as an informational item. We were wrapping up design in March with the anticipation that this could be submitted for a federal earmark consideration or a community project consideration. Our representative, Mr. Ruiz, Dr. Ruiz, indicated that he was going to recommend our prior year submittal, which had been stalled out. And so that was a road rehabilitation. I believe that was State Street, right? And so we're having to pause a year, although we did float that same project through a different member of Congress. So I doubt that it will be funded in the current year. I think the reality is we will be looking to some help in the following year.
I'll handle that.
And we would bring you some other financing strategies for construction of the fields as well.
Okay.
Down the road.
I would like 29.
So would I.
Am I going to get a list of my numbers?
I will summarize for everyone
Oh, God.
when we're finished.
I'll take 31 and 32.
Only if you share.
Should I say it? You belong in DC.
That's funny.
You're going to be good.
Do you need any other ones?
I see some scrolling still, so there may be
Okay.
still some thinking.
Well, I kind of like JP. Number 18 would be kind of interesting. I think I'd learn a lot.
Do you like him that much?
Yeah, do I like him that? I like JP, yes.
Yeah, we're happy to have you help with that.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah.
You know, I'll work with Public Works on number 9. Several of those things I've requested for signs, including litter and dips in the street and a couple other things there, so.
What is the difference between number 11 and number 13? No, I take that back. Not. Where did I just see it? Number 5. There was 2 of them with. Where did I see it?
I believe you're referring to 11 and 15.
Maybe so, because 15, you're already doing it, right? Basically with the business walk?
Well, I think that can be a little bit different, and this may be, when we work on this item, this may be something that either could be an ad hoc or potentially an advisory board to staff. So we may want to, as an alternative to council forming a committee, which creates a Brown Act issue unless it's an ad hoc.
Right.
This could be an advisory body to the economic development manager, for example. Have some representatives of the business community provide some independent feedback, a sounding board for the economic development manager to run issues and ideas by.
This one might have come from Valerie Drummer, because she said there used to be a downtown advisory board.
Yeah, there was a couple. We had Downtown Business Association, and we also had the VEDC, the Valley Economic Development Corporation.
Yeah, I think it was the first one that she was referring to, that she would kind of like to see us bring that back.
Bring that back.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that there was a good active group for a very, very long period of time, and I'm going to we'll go back mainly during the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and early 2000s. And then there weren't any businesses downtown, so it kind of went away. But they're coming back, which is really, really good.
I would like to kind of participate with that simply from the standpoint of my district having downtown.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Well, District 1 has a lot of downtown, especially on the north side. So anything that's developed with that, I would love to be a cheerleader for that.
So what are you asking for?
If that, which one was the one for launching a business advisory? Is that not the downtown?
Yes.
Which you were just talking
So
about?
number 15, I
Yeah.
think she's asking for
15 is really citywide, but certainly the downtown and the Florida corridor in particular are going to be significant focuses of that effort.
Uh-huh.
And I like number 11. Of course, I like number 10 too. I would love to work with Tiffany on money.
Number 1.
Was that Councilmember Clark? Okay.
Yes.
Number 8, you said?
Yeah, we just did that tonight.
Number
Yeah,
1.
yeah. So, Mark, on number 14, we already have this established?
Not 100%. We're close. I don't think, Christian, we don't have a telephone number yet, right? On number 4 for the hotline. So we have conceptually talked about having dispatch be the 24/7 destination on a non-emergency line, but reference and referral to Christian Tikas for follow-up issues.
And I would consider being on an ad hoc with Councilmember Clark on number 1, since I came up with that idea. And I think it's great. We need to have that ordinance. Where's Noah? There's Noah.
There may be an opportunity to integrate that, the work on number 1 with the forthcoming workshop that we anticipate now being at the end of the year after we receive the pavement data. But we do anticipate some of the options to be quite expensive for a CFD, from a CFD perspective. So we'll need some feedback. It would be helpful to have some feedback on, is the math too much, right, on some of these options.
Okay. Yeah, I know several cities who already have this as an ordinance, and it's like if they can do it, we can do it.
Number 4 has been a worry of mine, especially with earthquake and fire.
I like number 28. That's my broadcasting background.
There you go. Good thinking.
Yeah, I like to speak. Yes. And write.
And put me on number 30, because that's,
I figured you would say that
yeah,
one.
that's been a
30
goal
for
of
Linda.
mine for many, 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 many years.
Yeah, that's your pet.
Okay, we're done.
Good?
So we could combine 2 and 7, couldn't we?
Two's going to be its own little beast. I
Two is
think,
easy.
I mean, we can potentially do it, but
Down
2
the
is
road.
going to come with parking enforcement options for you. And it's going to have a very significant implementation plan. There's going to be a cost.
And stuff.
With 7, I think some of the, we had a meeting this week on a related topic to number 7.
Right.
I think we can potentially compartmentalize some of those, maybe distinct from the street sweeping.
Okay. Right. Then I am a happy.
I think we're good.
So it may be helpful for me to walk from start to finish through everything I've heard. On page 1, number 1, Councilmember Clark and Mayor Pro Tem Krupa may be an ad hoc after we sit down and talk about that. Number 4, Councilmember Clark. Number 5, Councilmember Lodge and Councilmember Clark. Number 6, Mayor Pro Tem Krupa and Mayor Peterson. Number 7, Councilmember Lodge. Number 9, Mayor Peterson. Number 10, Mayor Pro Tem Krupa. Number 11, Mayor Pro Tem Krupa. Although I would note on number 11, one of the defining elements of that, in some respects, we will continue to work on implementing the Hemet Rises plan, but I anticipate out of this effort, we will come up with additional ideas, right, that are actionable. Number 15, Councilmember Clark. Number 18, and Councilmember Males on number 15. Number 18, Councilmember Clark. Number 21, Councilmember Lodge. Number 22, Councilmember Males. Number 23, Councilmember Clark and Councilmember Lodge. Number 24, Mayor Pro Tem Krupa. Number 27, Mayor Pro Tem Krupa and Mayor Peterson. Number 28, Mayor Peterson, and the city clerk volunteered as well to help with that. Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. And number 29, Councilmember Lodge, Councilmember Clark, and number 30, Mayor Pro Tem Krupa. And it's my understanding that Councilmember Males volunteered for number 31 and 32.
Yeah. Did a lot of work out of him.
I want to thank him for that.
Way to step up, Joe.
Okay, there being no further discussion, may I have a motion to approve the item?
I would like to make a motion to approve this item.
And a second?
Second.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Clark. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
We will now move on to City Council and staff reports. I will start with Councilmember Clark.
Well, as you know, the Youth Council Ad Hoc Committee met. We wanted every single one of them, but we couldn't take every single one of them.
'Cause
unless
Mark
it
wouldn't
was,
let us.
Yeah, it's the city manager's fault. But it was one of the most exhilarating experiences with these kids. I really genuinely enjoyed it, and I am going to pop in every once in a while. I would like to start them off with a team experience. They've already got their homework. They're going to be ready for the first meeting, and so I'm so excited for our youth. And nothing else to report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, what she said. No, I was just thrilled with the turnout, number one. And number two is, damn, we got some smart kids. We really do. And it's just amazing that they all want to do better for the city, which I've never seen that before. It was just a great group of kids, and I'm looking forward to this. And, you know, Mark, I'm going to be popping in on you. So I'm going to follow this through. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Councilmember Males.
Not really anything other than WRCOG meeting this Thursday evening for dinner, and then a meeting on Friday, and I don't think we're showing up. And that's it.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Okay. Library summer reading program starts tomorrow, and it's called Level Up. Lots of activities, and I believe there's also a puppet show tomorrow over here for the kids. We had an executive meeting of Cal Cities last night, and the policy committees will be meeting this Thursday and Friday virtually, which is very good. So if you're on a policy committee, I'm sure you have gotten the information already. Also, we discussed the South Coast Air Quality Management District's vote on mandatory replacement of home water heaters to go from gas to electric and all of that stuff. And I'm happy to announce that the motion failed at AQMD. However, they didn't take it off the books completely. They referred it back to committee for work. So that will be rearing its ugly head one more time. So we'll all, the good part about that, they said they had 200 public speakers at their meeting on Friday, and 30,000 letters from cities and individuals, all against their little Rule 111 and 112. So it pays to be heard. RTA summer rides 50 cents for everybody, and youth ride free. So that is coming up again, and we approved a comprehensive service study that will be starting, I believe, at the end of this year. For RCA, they had part 2 of what they were calling the MSHCP RCA Study 101, which they have hired a consultant to look at ways in which the permitting process can be tweaked so that it does not, how do I put this? So it does not back RCA into a corner of having to pay overpriced dollars for conserved property, or to buy property that is not necessarily good property to be conserved to mitigate different projects that are coming on. So they're going to have the final report on this in August, and hopefully something will come of that, because they are making headway on buying up conserved land, but the state and the feds aren't doing their share, so right now it's falling on Western Riverside County. We had a water master meeting and approved the budget and also the annual report, which will be going off to the court and to the water district, or the state water, Department of Water. There also a discussion that we are having a pending vacancy on the Water Master Board. At this point, the judgment created for has both cities, City of Hemet, City of San Jacinto, and the 2 water districts, Lake Hemet and Eastern, and an independent pumpers representative. And our independent pumper, although he still qualifies as a property owner and independent pumper, is moving to Idaho. And so we're discussing how we're going to fill that position. So there's going to be a lot of discussion on that, trying to find someone, because quite frankly, nobody in the realm of being an independent pumper is interested in sitting on a board that is actually really quite important and dealing with our water, our water aquifer, and maintaining a good water supply for our valley. Arts and culture, we met yesterday. A lot of good discussions. We have not gotten any of the grants we've applied for so far, but we have still one that is outstanding, that the mayor signed a letter of support for a mural program through California Arts and Riverside Art Museum, whatever they are in Riverside. But we are also looking to plan a field trip to Indio sometime in July to talk with them about their mural program and their arts and culture program and their ordinance that we'll be talking with our city attorney with to establish an arts and culture ordinance for the city of Hemet. Let's see, the police chief, the deputy fire chief, city manager, public works director, and I went out to McSweeney to their HOA and did a presentation. Went over extremely well. They were absolutely thrilled with having conversation with our staff members, and want to have one every year so that they can know what the city of Hemet is doing, because they were all rather surprised at what the city of Hemet is doing and all the good things we were doing, and their questions were answered. So many calls and emails saying thank you to staff. It's really good. And also had one of them, the emails that came back that said, I want to thank City Council, because if it wasn't for the City Council hiring such high quality people, we wouldn't be doing what we are doing as a city. So kudos to City Council for hiring such great people. I didn't tell them it was the city manager that hired them, but you know, we'll take credit for it. And really a high point, I was fortunate that I was able to go to 4 of the high school award nights: Tahquitz, West Valley, Hemet High, and the Western Academy. I was presenting scholarships on behalf of Rotary, but just going and listening to the achievements of the class of 2025 was absolutely amazing, and the amount of different organizations that step up in this community every year, raise money and give it to graduating seniors to help them with furthering their education. So it was really, really inspiring. And at SCAG, they are working on emergency fire plan and updates. So when they bring that back, that will help us, our city, do a lot of the updates and the work. And it's doing it on a regional level on services and how everybody interacts. Realizing that one size doesn't fit all, and we all have our independent and unique challenges when it comes to fires, but it is an overreaching listing what you would of agencies that will help each other. So I'll get that to the fire department, the police department, and the ad hoc. And that is it.
Thank you. Okay, so they stole some of my thunder, so when it gets to me, they've already talked about it. So I do want to say, as the business ad hoc, I went to several ribbon cuttings again in the last couple weeks. It's just like every time we turn around, there's somebody new that's joining the Chamber of Commerce or somebody that's having a new business in this town. So it's really nice to see all the entrepreneurship and all the businesses that are realizing their dream and coming forward and making our city better. So that's a good thing. And this isn't really an ad hoc thing, but I want to tell everybody that Supervisor Gutierrez is going to have his annual summer bash kickoff at Valley Wide this Saturday, and it's from 5 to 8 p.m. and it's over on West Esplanade in San Jacinto. They're going to have music, food, rock climbing, laser tag. The first 150 get a free hot dog. And I went last year, and the city of Hemet had a little booth, and I hung out with our economic developer, Ben Sandoval, that night. And it was really a good little family activity. And it's a district thing. It's not just Hemet San Jacinto. So we encourage everybody to come on out. So thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two items. We're at a really important moment in time with our branding initiative. So we're really, this is, I would like to refer to this as a once-in-a-generation opportunity. And it's coming next week. It's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And we need everyone's help because we have a few slots to fill. If you follow our social media, you'll see a few posts there and direct links to how you can participate. But on the City of Hemet's website, which is hemetca.gov, or you just search for City of Hemet, the front page focuses on this branding initiative. There's a direct link to where you can sign up. We are interested in newer residents, engaged citizens, Spanish-speaking residents. Those are some of the areas where we need some additional slots filled. We have a number of focus groups that are happening next week at this library. So, council members, if you have additional names or people that you would like to consider, please direct them to that. I know members of our community know people that would be potentially interested in helping. Now is the time to try to fill up all of those slots. So we're looking forward to that engagement next week. And then one last item, just a reminder on our movies in the park. Our first movie in the park will be on Friday, June 27th at Mary Henley Park at dusk. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next City Council meeting on June 24th, 2025. Thank you for joining us tonight.
I guess 9:30, so I'm pretty close.